Hello everyone, Stefan here. Welcome to the stream. Um, so tonight I think we'll do another character. I was thinking of doing one for quite some time. Probably a less known character than this guy or the ones that I've done recently. Definitely not like Marty McFly or the Dog or not anywhere near decade. And this time I'm thinking of making Jessica 6. So Jessica 6, she's one of the two main characters in a movie called Logan's Run. It's a 1976 American science fiction movie. It's directed by Michael Anderson, and he's starring Michael York as Logan 5 and Jenny Agutter, that's her, as Jessica 6. And it's really a movie that is kind of special for me for multiple reasons. But what it is about is this sort of a apparently utopian society. It sells the movie sells you a utopian society very early on, but then you realize this is really a dystopian society where everyone seems happy. They live in a beautiful city, sprawling city of glass tubes and cars gliding in glass tube, beautiful building and skyscraper with shapes that are reminiscent of sailboats and just perfect, and plenty of parks and in this city everyone is young and beautiful. They all live this very hedonistic life. They don't seem to work. It seems like there's no social inequality, no poverty, no sickness. Pretty much a life of really just doing whatever you feel like, and but there's a catch, because in order to maintain this balance that allows everyone to be always young and always healthy, you have to die when you reach the age of 30. But of course, people are not, they've been sort of brainwashed into thinking generation after generation, then they're not going to really die, but they're going to be renewed, using the terminology of the movie, which means that they think that they're going to be just terminated in a very spectacular way, but then immediately reborn into a new child that will live another life up to 30 years old, and so on and so forth. The cycle repeats. And so it's a very intriguing, interesting idea. And of course, within this, two characters, Jessica 6 and Logan 5, are they decide to escape the city and see what's outside. And then they realize that it's not what they thought it was. And then when they reach, when they finally get out of the city, you realize that they're in the Washington area. Probably hundreds of years. I think the movie is set in 2274, I think. So hundreds of years after, supposedly, what we can assume a nuclear holocaust of that sort. Hey, Mother Bunny, how are you? Welcome back. How are you, dear? So yeah, so we see a lot of we see some pretty striking shots of the Capitol building completely covered in vines, and nature has reclaimed the planet. It's really it's always a very fascinating and striking picture. They reach the Lincoln Monument, and then they find an old guy. He's the last old man on Earth. And they bring him back to the city in order to really hopefully make people understand that they're not supposed to live forever, and in fact they die at 30. It was all a scam, you know. Long horrible day. I think my hard drive. Oh man, that's not good. Yeah, that's really bad. I hope you back up your stuff regularly. That's my big fear, doing because I do a lot of art and stuff, and it's always a terrifying idea that something will happen one day and you lose all the work. Yeah, no, hard drives never not good. Yeah, I have I have like two hard drives, and no wait, two hard drives on PC, one on my on the laptop, and then an external drive for the laptop as well. So I'm like super paranoid about that stuff. But yeah, yeah, Logan's Run, a very fascinating movie. What's interesting too about it is that it's very much a product of the 70s, because this movie depicts a society where people live this hedonistic life. There's apparently all taboos are completely gone, and then this is really a film that was done at that time where there was the sexual revolution, and also it's a movie about not following blindly the authority, which was also a very important thing in the 70s. People came out of the 60s, are turning their back to this decade. They wanted to get they wanted to turn their back to the materialism of the 60s and live a life that was more like spiritual, or generally a bit more less focused on what their parents used to focus on, and then the counterculture movement was at its peak. So Logan's Run has all of kind of this embedded into the movie. That's why it's a really interesting film for that. Also, what I was gonna say, and also there is it's actually quite interesting visually. It's actually quite impressive still for the time, because they have a city in there, really that big city where they all live. It's a really beautifully crafted place, and you have a few sort of shots, overhead shots, where you sort of fly over the city. And I saw it recently again, and I was quite surprised actually how how well it holds up today. I mean, considering it's a 76 movie, and I wondered about it, and I actually checked it, and it was all a really big miniature city that they built for real, and had the camera sort of traveling around and above it, and it was and I think it's still to this day the biggest miniature sort of a model of a city that's ever been built for film. Can show you real quick. Logan's Run city model. It is something. Let me find a picture that shows you the scale at which they built it. There has to be one somewhere. Yeah, that's one. Oh well, there you go. Look at this. So that's the city. Open it. So yeah, so you see, this is a guy. This is one of the main buildings that we keep seeing. But look at the size at which they build this. They have the water, and they have planted trees and all sorts of different buildings. And all of this, it's a cyclo after a while. A cyclo being imagine a big semicircle of that has been painted on, so that it gives the impression that you have a 180 degrees or even a 360 degrees view of the city. So they don't have to build so far, but and then you get the illusion of perspective because they paint much smaller than whatever they build there. very clever way of doing things. See, this is the setup when they the original setup where they on set they start building. So those glass tubes there, they have the little cars gliding through them. Lots of mechanical components as well. Very impressive. And so anyway, and this I'll come back to this later, but this is a pretty that's a shot from the movie. So yeah, so I thought I'm gonna do so I was thinking of a way in the game to have more of a parody of female versus male characters, and one way that I thought that could be interesting is to pair every time I have a character, also for gameplay purposes, because you want to create synergies. So I was thinking of having a pair characters in couples almost, not necessarily always a couple that are involved romantically or whatever, but any kind of a duo. For instance, let's say so it could be a monster and a female character, a robot and a male character, a male and a female. As long as they're you have at least one male, one female on each side. And so, for instance, we could imagine that Sarah Connor would be paired with the Terminator, and as paired, they could be also enemies. It doesn't matter. Sarah Connor, the Terminator. Then you'd have Dorothy would probably no, maybe not Dorothy, but let's say what else? What can I find? In trying to find a balance this way, so there's not always plenty of guys and not enough women. So that would be one way of doing it. This is another pair, Dr. Gira and Cornelius, right? Conan can be paired with Red Sonja, and so on, and so those are a perfect couple because they both escape the city at the same time. And this is there's Logan 5 and Jessica 6. So Logan 5, that's him there. Let me show you how he is. This is a very iconic costume that they had. They had a really interesting costume in this movie, in many sense of the term actually. But this is a very iconic with the bar there, and then and those guys they're called Sandmen, and they're sort of an elite task force or police, and their job is to terminate, as they say, the runners, and that is the people, because there are a few people who still, when they reach the age of 30, even though they know they're going to be renewed technically, they still have cold feet, and they decide to escape the city. And at that point, the Sandmen are sent after them to kill them before they can escape. And they are sort of like the Blade Runners of this world, and then so that's Logan 5 right there, and that's Jessica 6. And he's the story is that he's the city is all controlled by a big AI, like a computer, who that basically maintains everyone happy, and sort of oblivious of what's humanity has been, and they the computer wants to know where, if there's a sanctuary or if there's a place where humans, once the few that manage to escape, where do they go, and she the AI, I say she because she has a feminine voice, sends him in a sort of a covert mission to try and infiltrate those people who know about a way out, in order to pretend that he's gonna reach 30 and he's had enough of it, but and of course during the course of the movie he falls in love, and they don't and he realizes what's going on, and he comes back and gets rid of the AI. So anyway, back to Jessica 6. So that's the character. Very interesting costume design, like I said. Uh, Absolutely something from the 70s. She had three variants of the costume in the movie. This is one that she always has the sort of a choker with the ink, because this is the key to the outside. In a very weird way. I don't even understand why they would wear the key around their neck when they're like an underground sort of a secret society of people who want to defy authority. This is very bizarre, but anyway, there's a lot of things that are plot holes in this movie. It doesn't really hold up to scrutiny too much, but that's okay. So she has this costume, which is a variant of the ones we're gonna do, which is this one. Because this is really the one that she has for the main bulk of the film, when they escape and then later on are outside and finally come back. So that's gonna be, it's not blue, it's really that lime green, very soft green. It's a very pretty color actually. I'll see, this is a crystal they have in their hands, and this is what they call their life clock. This crystal, every human has one, and it starts clear, and when they it means that you're a child basically, and that's a countdown to the number of years you have. When you reach 16, you become green, your crystal turns green, and after a certain time, I think when you reach 25 or something, your crystal turns red, and then blinking red when you're at 30. And he's got a red crystal and she's green because she's 23, I think, at the time. So this is the costume we're gonna do, and this is that. So they're close, but I think this one is more interesting because we get the rings there that we can do. I mean, it's very small in pixel, but it's still something we can convey. So it's a bit, sometimes pixel art, it's good to rely on a few very simple iconic things that at least people can pick up. And then there's this crazy costume that I can barely show without turning on the mature thing on the stream, I guess. But anyway, let's look at it real quick. Very risky. But again, that's the 70s. And that's the costume she has when she puts herself into the circuit, what they call, which is this sort of a dating system where you can get into some sort of a teleporter and then get teleported to whoever houses you want, and then do whatever you want with that person at that point, so yeah, this is crazy. But we're gonna make this one. This is a good one. Yeah. And okay, so, and also this one had a different it was a little more a bit very lightly see-through, and it's all sequins, really pretty. I mean, it's all beautiful, and this movie generally has a really nice colors and a really fancy art direction. Came out a year before Star Wars. When you think of it, 76. Star Wars would come a year later only. But of course, Star Wars was such a breakthrough from and a change from all this imagery. We're still very much in here in a film that was a part of the 70s, and the Star Wars really breaks from that, enters everyone into the 80s and so forth. So I guess we'll get to it. I think so. I mean, I have several characters I could start. In terms of the pose, so I haven't talked about the pose, so it's kind of a tricky one. I mean, it's called Logan's Run, and they actually run for the most part of the film. Show you the poster. So, and the poster really has this 70s vibe too. It's really crazy, but it's well done. Nope. I see this. Yeah. So you see there. Let's see. Yeah. So they run away, you know, Logan 5, Jessica. So this is a kind of a the idea that I had, having her in motion, you know, maybe not running scared, but at least you know, in motion on the run. So that's kind of a one idea, but I don't like this pose. It's very awkward. It's very much right in the middle of a run cycle. Very bizarre. She's all hunched forward because they wanted him to drag her, because it was still a film in the 70s, so the guy had to lead the woman, you know. So I don't really like this, but I was thinking trying to find something along a pose along those lines, because she's a very pretty, very sexy character, but at the same time she's running most of the time. So so this is from Ralph Bakshi's Ice and Fire, a really great animated feature, by the way. Not too many people know about that. It's based on the work of Frank Frazetta, and it was all rotoscoped, so the animation is really amazing. They basically had actors acting the whole scene, and they would trace on top of the actors so that they would get perfect animation. Rotoscoping has been a technique that Ralph Bakshi, as you've seen, has been using extensively. Disney wouldn't rotoscope. So they had a way more realistic animation than Disney, but less, very less stylized. So this is kind of a cool pose. She's also running away from villains, so this is kind of cool. That's why I got those. I like this one too, because she's very there's some kind of nobility in that pose that I really like. So I was thinking either doing this or something. And this is Jill Avgren, really a fun pinup artist that had this a lot of interesting motion too. That's why I kept this. This is some 3D weird stuff that I found, but I like the also the legs there. So I think I'm gonna probably do something in between, maybe those legs, you know, kind of a run. I like the arc, you know. So we'll see. But obviously this is way too sort of a you know, pinup. It's too artificial, so we'll try to get something more sober than that. So okay, let's get to it. So I think I'll take I mean, I could, well, it doesn't really matter, we're gonna paint most of it from scratch. I could get another Jessica, interestingly, Jessica Rabbit, but no, I think we'll start from probably start from Red Sonja there. Where is she? There. Let's get Red Sonja. Oh, so many of them now. Okay. This is more for skin tones. I hate having to look for skin tones when I ended up changing them a little bit per character anyway, depending on what kind of outfit they wear. I'm just gonna give me a second. Just going to where's this guy? Come on. Iron Giant, yeah, just masked Iron Giant. It's a bit in the way there. So yeah, so we'll get to it. I think I'm gonna I don't think I want to paint on top of her, because I think I may end up with a pose that will be too similar, and that would not be very good. And this is the risk of doing this. So I think I'm gonna just I don't know. It's a good it's a question there. Let's flip her real quick. Get her in the same So same. Yeah, I guess we'll. Yeah, that's probably fine. We can probably start with her. So I'm gonna just do something. Start with the blocking out. So let's get to it. So I think we'll do that. So really, the big difference there is the weight rests on the right leg instead of the left leg. So it's sort of like the inverted thing, right? So so we'll do that. She has different proportions, so she'll be a leaner Jessica. Red Snail is pretty thick. We're not gonna have her that big. So we'll try to get this going. As usual, all of this will be extremely ugly in the beginning. Hopefully for not too long, but who knows with me. I have to be careful not getting raising her too much, because otherwise we're going to end up with a giant character. So that might be okay. I'm not going to worry too much about that for now. We can always deal with that later. So obviously she has the that sort of a gown, or robe, and so we need to block this out. Part of one way of doing characters like this sometimes is to paint them naked, so to speak. So you have a perfect, that everything is accurate in terms of proportions, and because sometimes when you paint clothes directly on top right away, you can mess up some of the proportions, and because you have to sort of imagine what's underneath, and sometimes it's harder to get an accurate proportions and accurate motion. We'll get but we'll try to paint everything at the same time. I think it should be okay. Let's get light green somewhere in there. This will change also, so I'm not too worried about that for now. Here it's important to get the break in the hips, because that's what gonna make her a little bit sexy and interesting, more feminine when you have this sort of break there. Another feature that I really want to show that I really like in that costume, there's two things. The cut there in the sleeves, I think it's very pretty. I really like that. I really like to show. Generally, I think for women, any outfit that shows a little bit of shoulder or shows a shoulder, it's a very pretty area for me in feminine form. The elbow, the shoulder. So it's always much you know, softer, rounder than men. They have like those weird shoulders, all bony. So it's always a pretty thing to do. And also it's all actually open there, because it's really I guess attached right there with the belt, you know, and it sort of flows into a skirt. So we can probably take advantage, maybe not show too much skin, but at least a little bit, you know. So that's a feature I kind of want to show. So I have to think about that when I'm making the you know, when I'm making this the upper body, because this is, imagine that she was wearing this, then you would probably see a little bit of skin there, a cut in the sleeve. So this actually may be a good way. Let's let's get our arms. So I think I'm gonna get the arms a little lower there, because this is like I said, this is a bit too much, I think, in terms of how sort of it feels a little bit artificial. For her, what's going to be tricky is to try and get a pose that is that seems both sort of feminine, but at the same time relatively believable. You know, not too not like a pinup pose. You know. We don't want to be too obvious about it. I'm gonna try and get arms and body and everything very early, because this is really what gives you the sort of overall balance, and you know, so that's why it's quite important to try and get this early. That's how you can get a feel for a character in motion. So I think this is probably a pose that might work, you know, something like this. So there's a little bit of there's some interesting motion. Feels a little bit dangerous, like she's running away, but not too much. Trick is gonna try and get the legs. So we'll probably have one leg there. Let me it's always a tricky thing. We'll do one leg at a time, I think. So here we'd have thigh, and then what's hard there is the foreshortening. So I think I'm gonna maybe actually, you know what? I think it's probably easier if I do the supporting leg first. Let's do that. Let's do supporting leg first. Now I'm gonna try to get this this arc, you know, going on. This is very tricky. Actually, I'm gonna pull that off. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, Yeah, I know it's very late for you, right, at this time. Thanks for the lurk. Really appreciate it. So let's do that. I'm gonna try and get her with a nice leg. We don't want to curve. In a case like this, I almost like to think of the thigh as almost like a spring. You know, it's very you want the intensity of it, and so you almost kind of curve it. You know, obviously the thigh can't curve like this because there's a bone inside, but under certain circumstances, the way the flesh and the muscle work around it gives this sort of impression that the leg can almost bend, and that's a trick that a lot of comic book artists tend to rely on to get those really nice heroic figures. It's just gonna be a little the tip of the foot there, really nice. Oops. So we're gonna try and get some of that going on. Ah, what am I doing? Not following exactly the pole. So we're going to the torso is way long, so we're going to change this because we want the legs to be feel really long, you know. So it's more elegant. Oops. It's tricky there is we don't have a lot of pixels to show a curve in you know, then the knee going into the calf. It's this is what makes a leg look like a leg, really. But unfortunately in pixel art there's it turns very quickly into something very caricatural because we don't really have enough real estate to do this, you know. Noise legs. Hello little shrimp. Leg anatomy, yeah, it's always tricky. Like I was saying in previous streams, I'm very bad. I mean, I'm bad with many things, but I'm even worse than anything with legs generally. I'm not a very I'm a bit better with women, I think, but still not great. And plus, what makes it even more difficult for me there is the fact that I also want to take into account the scale, you know, because I could do a really nice leg and then end up having her being, and this is what's happening right now, you know, way too big. So that's the other concern and issue generally that we have with this, is that you have to your instinct is to just use as more pixels because you get nicer shapes. But the problem is that doing so, you sort of scale up everything. So you need to then to realize that, I mean, you look at her, for instance, it's a good example. You look at how thick there is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. So I can't really go much more than that. This is going to be almost as big as it is, you know. And this leg is fully extended with up to the tip of the toe, which makes it even even more tricky, right? So I think one way to approach this would be we have to scale this down basically, which is really difficult because it's really only a few pixels, and it will affect everything tremendously. And most of this leg, I mean, some of that leg will be hidden anyway. But since it's the supporting leg, it's very important to try and get it right, or as close as we can, because it's the leg that dictates the overall height of the character and everything. So let's try and get her smaller. I need to get everything everything smaller basically. And it's okay if she's a little taller than her, for instance, because she's squatting a little more. She's fully extended there, so it's okay if we're a little bigger. I mean, Jessica was really really tall. Look at that. She's her leg is bent there, and but look at the size of her. So you know, we can. Can try and find a compromise there, somewhere in there. Okay, I'm not gonna go too crazy with this because it's better to move on with the look at this, how big. I'm gonna try and reduce the scale even more. Oops. Try and get her in a sort of in a better place before we go too far, because nothing is more frustrating than making a character and you feel like it's getting there, and then all of a sudden you know, you're happy, you've painted some nice little detail, and then you realize it's way too big, and then you have to kill your babies, like they say. You have to already kill all this detail that you put in and find what you can afford to keep, and that's way frustrating, really. try and get even smaller if we can. So I'm going to compare it to her, you know. Actually, we can go a little more. Say, and if her head gets to, yeah, scale is so difficult at this size. It's not bad, I think. A bit taller than her, but thinner, you know, not as big. Let's see Ripley. It might be okay. Well, I think we'll go with that. Yeah, I think we'll go with that for now, and hope for the best. It's kind of she's more or less. I think she's in line now, more or less. Very tricky. That's really the part that always gets me. Yeah, the noodle leg, they call this the noodle legs, or you know, noodle arms. It really comes from the expression comes from old animation. If you remember when Disney started back in the 20s, the 30s, they had this animators doing the really creepy, you know, even I'm talking before Steamboat Willie, before Mickey Mouse, or about the same time. All animators back then, before Disney really turned the animation on its head, they were doing the noodle arms, you know, the really creepy, weird arms that have no shape. They were like noodles, really. Actually, if you guys are gamers, if you like video games, and if you've seen this fantastic, beautiful game called Cuphead, incredible game, reproduced the workers of Max Fletcher. He was an animator during that time. And Snow White, Robin Hood. Yeah, Snow White is, I think it was 1934 when you think of it. It's crazy, what they did at the time. It was a revolution, really. No one, it took the world by surprise. People talked about Snow White back then, like it was the avatar of the time. Really, they had no one had ever seen anything like it. It was like, imagine you've never seen an animated feature. You don't even think that you can actually see a movie telling a story with like believable characters and everything, environments, and a full-on movie. But it's all hand-drawn and painted. No one could believe it. It's really something. And before that, it was like Max Fletcher, you know. So like I was saying about Cuphead, the noodle arm thing. Yeah, that's typical of the animation at that time, you know. And those are the famous noodle arms. They don't really have any shape. They bent like noodles, or legs, or everything, really. So that's why imagine going from seeing in the theaters, seeing you go to the movies and you see only that sort of stuff, you know, and then all of a sudden there's Snow White. Can you imagine how people were surprised of the artistry? And so let's keep going with her. So we have more or less a leg there. So we're gonna try and get the other leg. The problem with this is always to try to get that overlap. without messing everything. This is always tricky. What I'm gonna do is, in a case like this, going to paint the other leg on a separate layer on top, because that will allow me to move it a little bit, and also make sure that I can take advantage of this to you know, to separate them. So for instance, if I paint this, the colors are all mixing, I can't really see anything, so I can do I can do this sort of stuff. Let's pick where's hold on, I need a color there. Let's take yeah, we'll take this for now, but it doesn't matter. Let's take a dark leg, so I can paint this leg a darker color, so at least see what I'm doing, you know. And then later on we'll do a proper values for the legs. But this is good for that, you know. It allows me to sort of know what I'm doing and really experiment with different poses and different ways of painting that second leg. Rubber hose style. Huh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Thank you for that. Rubber hose style. Okay, alright, I'll look that up. Makes a lot of sense to me when you say it. Rubber hose. So I kind of question if I want to go that much foreshortening. I mean, it's not a bad thing necessarily. You know, we could do that, but I wonder if it's is it a bit too much motion, you know, too much energy, like too much running. Maybe it's fine. I'm not quite sure what I should do there. It's gonna be a tricky thing to get foreshortening really hard, because you have to make abstraction of the shape and how weird it looks, and really that leg is not long enough. I think that thigh needs to be about the same as the other leg, so because there's a really very few, not much foreshortening there, so we can go a little longer here. Taking my time, because I know that I have the feeling that if I get the legs right, it's a big chunk that's out of the way, you know. Actually, let's do the opposite. And so you see, this is a good way of doing things, because now when they mesh together, it feels roughly I could have never come up with this shape by myself. I mean, I could, but it would have been very difficult to get this in one go, because you have to imagine the two legs, where are they, where they meet, what's the size of each thigh, and it's very, very complicated to think about all that stuff at the same time. So separating them is a good way of making your life just a little bit easier. So we'll do a back leg, probably a bit darker. I think they'll end up being close there, but what I'll do, Bling Headshot is now following. Thank you, Bling Headshot. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. We're doing pixel art here, and we're trying to make those movie characters. I've made a bunch now in just having fun with this, you know, trying to make as many characters from movies that I loved when I was a kid, or even to this day, and in a pixel art form, very small, around 64 high. So it's quite challenging to get them right, but it's good fun. So today we're making, if you just arrived, making a Jessica 6, that girl from Logan's 5, which is a 1976 movie of Michael Anderson. Another movie that a lot of people remember, I think. So let's keep going. Oh. Preserve transparency on. You don't want that. So I can also inspire from this. So this is another sort of it's kind of like a variant of it. There's a lot less motion there because the 2 feet are basically almost both together, which is interesting because Jill Elgren is an incredible a pin-up artist, a master of proportions and everything. But you see how he plays with it though, because that leg back there is extended, and this leg is really bent. So they shouldn't really get about the same length because there is foreshortening there. So technically, this thigh is a bit short, in my opinion. But you don't really think about that stuff. The impression, you wanted to get that impression overall, and that works perfectly. So I could go with less foreshortening and having more of her leg there. There's a variant we could do, which would be we'll duplicate the leg and do another one. We could do something more like this, you know, which could work too. It gives you a different impression, a different pose. That problem that I have with her right now is that I'm not exactly sure of what I want to convey with her, you know. I kind of want her to be sexy. I want her to be running, but not too much. I want her to be in motion, but still, you know, not looking like she's gonna fall, you know, fall down. So not too unbalanced. So there's a bunch of things that that I need to think about, you know. But I'm not too sure what's the best there. See, with the arms, this will change the arms, but the arms this way, it's almost looked like she was about to fall, and then kind of recovered her balance, you know. Oops, a little tipsy. But if I change the arms, it's always interesting the way poses work, because for instance, if I take this arm and then we'll put that arm on a separate layer. And if I make this arm there, you get a totally different feeling. You know, there it's more like a, you know, it's more like dancing, and here it's more in motion. So you get different results depending on what kind of you know, where you put the arms and what the arms are doing. What's cool about this that I like overall, I'm gonna try and preserve this no matter what I do, is there's a really nice suggested twist in the torso there, you know, like top of the torso and breast, sort of you know, turning this way, but then the hips, pelvis area just facing us a little more. Same as this, actually. You see the pelvis is almost facing us, but the upper torso is twisted this way, and that's what I wanted to get with her. So I think this might work for the torso. See the other leg. I think this leg conveys more of a run and of a, you know, that than this leg. This leg is fun, but I think this is more of a balancing act. Then this feels maybe a little more in motion. I'm not sure. Hard to. I have a hard time deciding there. I'm a little perplexed as to what I should do. Also, let's put more of the skirt there, because this is too short at the moment. So let's see how short that was. Probably hard to tell. There's some bit of perspective, but a little over mid-thigh probably. I mean, this is similar, I think. So we'll say around here, maybe. And also, it's going to be probably a little wider. It's not as tight to the body. We'll try to get a nice motion in it. So probably something like this, since her leg there is higher. It's kind of, you know, like this. Imagine if she was wearing something, then the fabric would rest on that leg. So you would end up with something like, you know, like this maybe. Right. And that's less of a it's not too tight to the body. Or maybe something like this. So now let's see with that, if I do this, oops. I really have a hard time picking one. Oops, what am I doing? Oh, wait, okay. Now this needs to go down. Yeah. Oops. Okay, let's do another one. We'll do another one where I think I'm gonna try one where might be a little more kind of an hybrid. Maybe just a bit of foreshortening, but not too much. I don't do it very well, but just try to get the just to you know, quickly get a sense for it. Not gonna commit too much at this point, because if I don't like it, there's no use in trying to clean that up very nicely. There's that, and there's that. So I think this is not a bad one, because we're almost like in between a run and a walk. Just I think this is too extreme between the two legs. I think this might be, and I think we can even afford to probably have the foot on the ground. Should be a different thing, but not necessarily a bad idea. I think the problem with that is that this is a problem because I think it implies too much twist. It's almost like hips there would be facing there, so there's too much twist from left to right in the body. Our spine would break there, so I don't think I can do that. This is more it, and this is a bit, I don't know. So I think, yeah, so there's, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this one. It's gonna be between those two, more or less. Maybe I can go a little longer in the thigh. It's very hard because there's really not that much there's not a lot of room for error, you know. I hate the fact that I obviously don't want the both legs to be on top of each other. That would be really unfortunate, and that's what bothers me there. Here it's gonna be clear. I could also move this. Oops. Yeah, so I need to maybe move this leg out a little bit. I think I could do this to move this leg out a little bit. That would probably work. And then this leg, let's try and get it to be a little more straight down. Pretty tricky to get that right. It's really that is the main issue. In fact, you see there, it's also a bit of a mix-up there. See that again? I mean, she has less angle there than me, because I wanted to go for that. That could almost work. Don't talk too much there because I'm a bit focused on this issue. Here we need to feel the bone. Yeah, it's straighter, and I'm not following at this point. This was just like a starting point to get me into some kind of a mood, you know. But at this point, I'm going to be a bit more freewheeling there. So there's this. Could do that. And I could also, let me try something real quick there. We're going to try and change that leg a little bit there. Maybe see that's a good way of painting there, to have two legs on different layers, because now I can try and change that leg a little bit without having to affect this one. I can also so I want to try if I can get a little less angle. And we'll see if this works or not. Straight foot almost. Getting a bit long, but But we can always deal with that later. Let's move everything up. Just oops, everything. Just not to have too many layers. So as soon as we feel comfortable with at least the legs, we'll probably start collapsing some stuff. So this leg, we're gonna go for this. Let's see what happens. Because now you see, the good thing is that with this leg, we get a totally different thing here, which might be easier to show this leg. So this leg, yeah, doesn't work with this one too much because they get, but for this one, it's pretty good. As opposed to where was the other one? As opposed to this one. Let's get rid of that. We'll keep torso on one. So if I do this, it's quite different. Wait, did I kill it? Hold on. Thankfully, oh, what? No. Thankfully, we should be able to. Yeah, I killed that leg like an idiot because he was in the same. Yeah, okay. So one leg, two legs. See, and this is a perfect illustration of why you don't want to have too many layers. Usually I don't, but this one I don't feel too comfortable doing it another way, at least at this stage. After that, we're going to get rid of all that crap. So yeah, so between this, there, oh, that, you know, very different. So actually, I kind of like this. I think this might be the way. Yeah, I think this might be the way, with some adjustments and stuff. But I think overall, it's a bit more balanced. It conveys this sort of motion. The fact that she's you know, on the run or kind of looking around and ready to bolt. So I think this is probably fine. I think we're going to commit to this most likely. Yeah, most likely. I think this might be the way. I think I can even, oops. Probably just angle it a bit more so she won't be too big, too high. Obviously, the more I angle her, the less long she'll, the less high she will be. Oops. Yes, I think we're going to do that. So this and that. And I don't think I want, no, I don't want this one. So we get rid of that too. I consciously said, oh, hey, amazing art. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you to say that. Yeah, having fun with her. I'm always more for some reason it's strange, but with a female character, I tend to be more attentive, more go a little less, with a like a jackhammer. You know, I'm a bit more sensitive to the art. I'm afraid of breaking proportion or breaking because female characters tend to be less forgiving with mistakes of that nature, you know. So I tend to be a bit slower and a little. I tend to reflect a little more than when I do some other characters. It depends, you know, but generally that's what happens. So I think we'll probably consider this as our starting point. We'll probably collapse a bunch of stuff soon and try and get to that to have a final block-out and start refining things. Always good to flip. You see how extreme the pose seems now that we flip it, and that's a very that's a telltale sign that you have a pose that is pretty intense. Not necessarily a bad thing, but have to be conscious. I think the spots seems very big, so we're gonna try and get her a little less big there. Let me just do something here. Get rid of that so that I can have all the top layer being the skirt. Be easier to fix. She was a bit big there. Too much, way too much hips. That might be a bit better. Here we can experiment with moving the body around as well. You know, so it's a good trick there. You can always move the torso around, and since I'm not a I'm not an expert at anatomy and stuff, for me it's always very useful to be able to move things around a little bit, because usually I won't be able to get everything you know, right away on the first try. You know, I'm not a Frank Frazetta or Adam Hughes, you know, so I can't just draw a free-handed perfect pose. Far from it. So I need to rely on the tools that I have. I wish I could do that stuff, but um, to do that you need to spend a lot of time, working. This guys are usually very gifted too. They have a sense for pose and dynamics, and but I can't. That I don't have. So that's why I'm always. I rely on a lot of little tricks to try and get things to work. There's gonna be plenty of little adjustments like this for probably quite a while. So bear with me for probably the next hour or so. There's a good chance that I'm going to be going back and forth until I'm comfortable enough with the pose, because to me it's really such a major aspect of it. Once you have a pose, usually you're in good shape for a character, because so much, it gives you so much of so much information about that character that you need to that it would be a shame to overlook that stuff, even if it's it means quite a few adjustments along the way. And on top of that, in Pixel, everything is so sensitive. 1 pixel more or less, and you get a different scale for things. So it's tricky to try and get everything to to work like you want. The Capcom guys are especially very old school. Capcom guys are very good at doing all those super dynamic poses in fighting games. Like look at Street Fighter Alpha, stuff like this. It's pretty amazing what they can do in pixel art. Really impressive stuff. All animated and all perfectly believable and convincing and dynamic. And it's just something else. I used to look at a lot of what they've done to try and understand what it was that made it work so well. Okay. Let's try and flip everything again. Yeah, I think this is getting interesting. I think now would be probably a good time to check again on scale. I'm afraid that now that I have a pose that is roughly there, that I'm gonna realize later that she's way too big or small. I mean, she would rarely be too small. There's a chance she'd be always too big, because like I said, you tend to use as many pixels as you want and end up with characters that are too big. I don't, like I said, I don't mind that she's a bit taller than everyone and being extended like this, and maybe probably even almost jumping. You know, you can always imagine that she's really about to leave to lift off, you know, from the ground. So that's probably okay. Overall a bit tall, but I don't think it's such a big deal. About the same size of Jessica. I could probably have her actually a little smaller. Would shave 1 pixel there around the hip area. I think the spot is a bit long anyway. So, for instance, I can't wait to get rid of all those layers. I'm a little too scared to do it right now, but this is gonna come soon. Actually, hold on. I can just do this. Oops, no. Yeah, I can do that. So just doing this, it's already 1 pixel down, and I can find one here, I think, probably. Yeah, I think it's okay to do that. We'll have our this like a little bit big, but that's okay, because you know, it's really that trickling effect, a domino effect. I affect the size of the bust, so then legs tend to be. Is this for a game? Well, yes and no, because yes, I have the idea of making a game at some point with it, but so that's what it's sort of a starting point. No, in the sense that I don't know what form the game will take in the end, because I think for me it's more of a starting point about an idea that I have, but there might be a lot of issues along the way, eventually copyright issues, depending on what kind of characters I can use. So I may end up changing those characters to look like not like the actual character movies, but more the same archetypes. So I would, you know, change colors and change a little bit their some of the very recognizable features. But I think the point is that I'm trying to make really interesting archetypes for a game, and what better archetypes than movie characters, because they have so much personality, so much quirk, so much talents and things that you know already about. Then to me it makes it so much easier for me to imagine how those characters would work in a game. For instance, if you look at Leatherface, it's very easy already to picture him in a game as the big scary guy, the guy that would essentially scare people off, you know, because that's his thing, you know. You already have a prop that you can have, like, or, you know, an item that you can get he needs to find the chainsaw. If you think of Dorothy, she's all about empathy and stuff like that. So it gives you a lot of sort of a lot of things to go with, and then you can sort of use this to build on top, and that's why I thought of starting this way, and I like the idea. The core idea is to try and I think, oh yeah, you can't post links. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'm very new to this. How do I allow you to post a link? Do you know about that? Hold on. I think in the settings I can change this. I have no idea. I think it was. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know how to do that. It was subscriptions. I don't even know if I changed my settings. Like this. Okay. Do you want to try again? I think you could. I think it might work. I've changed the settings. I think you could maybe post a link without any guarantee, because I'm so bad at this. I really need to start studying a little more about all that stuff. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I trust you in this. Sutra side. Link that to 2D with hand or normal. Yeah. So I haven't read that specific article, but I know about the technique. It's something that a lot of people have started to use, using normal maps as a way to basically define fake normals almost on pixel art that will allow you to light it. It's pretty incredible. Yeah, I'm more or less familiar with that thing. I'll definitely read that article. Thank you for that. Actually, on Reddit last time, I don't know if you've seen this, but there was some guys who posted really interesting things. Beautiful environment. It was very colorful. Lots of lighting. I mean, they wanted to showcase their lighting engine. They did this in Unreal, and it was a similar technique using normal maps to light basically a pixel art. Right. So I think it's a similar thing. But I think, yeah, I mean, this is definitely something. Like, have you seen also that trailer for The Last Night? It was a game that they had just a small little trailer. I think a year ago or so at E3. Yeah, I think. Well, here's I think here's the caveat of this. Okay, so I think we're good in terms of size. I'm glad that I shortened her just a bit. I think she was a little bit massive. But here, I don't want her to be probably as big as Jessica right there. But yeah, that seems about right to me. It's really crazy how a couple of pixels change everything at that size. It's very crazy actually. I could even hold on. You know, I don't even know if could be that I've overdone this. Oops. We'll do one, I think. One might be good. Yeah, I think. Oops, I think this is probably. It's probably okay. We'll do this and consider it about right. Yeah, we're exactly the same size there. So yeah, we'll do that. So yeah, I was gonna say the yeah, it's super impressive. Definitely something new. And but here's the to me the little problem with that is that generally you do pixel art because you don't have many resources in order to you don't you're doing everything by yourself. You don't have a million people to work with and build, because it takes a lot of time actually to build those normal maps on top of the art. So so you can end up in a situation where you're not doing necessarily yourself a favor. It will be really cool in the end, but you have to be able to think on the long term and finish that game. So if you so I mean it's I think it's totally valid, but it's really something that you have to really take into consideration for the scope. It's very easy when you're doing a one-man game to overscope. I mean, you're basically overscoping all the time. You are in constant state of overscope, because it's there's not that much you can do by yourself. So it is a little jarring sometimes. So you have to find a a good compromise there between the quality and I'm going to get rid of all those layers. Yeah, so you have to, I think you have to find a good balance. But for sure, it's interesting. I was looking at voxels too. Something that really intrigues me in terms of, especially for environments. I think you can have some really. What I like about voxels is that they give you. They can be really crisp and nice, and still have that sort of a pixely, blocky feel to them that really works well with 2D pixel art. But at the same time, the same thing, they have this very modern sort of a. They use modern technology, so they're a product of their time. You're not making a game like for Super Nintendo or anything like this. So it's very interesting to see. You can use a real 3D lighting and have some very interesting lighting, and you end up with something that looks like almost the best of both worlds. And that's what you're talking about with the normal map too. Very similar. Something that's at the the edge of the sort of a retro look, but injected with all the modern technology. It's I was mentioning this last time on the stream, by the way, that I really don't want to make a game that would because someone I think was mentioning palettes, and that I was using a lot of colors, or I don't remember exactly the context, but I was saying that to me, I'm not gonna, even though I have limitations in pixel art, I'm gonna use as many colors as I can. I'm not gonna be I'm not making a game that should look like a Super Nintendo game or an Atari game. And that's not really the goal at all. The pixel art is not an end in itself. You know, it's just a way for me to make the art that I like, but it's not really to give the game an identity that would look like it's been made, 20 years ago or so. Even though I think some people do that very well, and it's awesome. Thinking of the Messenger, for instance, but or even things like what else? I'm sure there's another one that I can think of, or Shovel Knight, for instance, and things of they really have the full-on retro vibe, but with modern, way better actual gameplay than we used to have. So okay, we'll do that. So now I think I'm gonna just try and get this leg. We're gonna paint this leg just to get the same same value, because they are sort of on a close similar plane, and then we can go back to shadow, and then maybe the tip of the foot might come back in light. I'm not too sure, but maybe we can do that. Just a simple cast shadow of one leg or on the other, in order to get them to read. Not too sure what's the best here, but this could be one way of doing it. And actually, what we can do is maybe we can probably go a little darker still, but not too crazy. Yeah, we'll try and find another color in there. Let me grab real quick. That's just because spend some time on Red Sonja to get all the different values of skin, so might as well use those. See how it's kind of a similar issue there. It's always a bit tricky, legs where they meet. So you also don't want to make them too since there's not that many pixels. It's very can be kind of jarring, visually. So probably very soft outline might do it. It's a bit of a shame there. Wish we had so at this point I'm going to collapse everything, because I don't plan to move the legs dramatically at this point, so it will be easier to figure out all that stuff with just one layer. what I'll do is, just in case, I'll keep those two legs as a backup plan if I end up, and sometimes I do this, I keep them so I can then I still have the selections. So even though I have everything in one layer, I can always go back and select the legs separately, and that speeds up the process a little bit. So this, and then we have where's the arm? There, very far. There, that. Okay, so we can flatten that, and that with this. So now we basically have everything in one, except this arm that I may move a little bit subtle, so that's why I kept it separate for now. Something like that. Yeah, if you choose category and you push it, if you're starting to do something about different, like bringing it to the yeah, exactly. You kind of have to. I mean, it's not like to me, it's not really about. I'm an hardcore pixel art aficionado, and I can't bear the idea of doing 3D, or it's really to me, it's just I'll do whatever it takes to make something that looks interesting. You know what I mean? It's not really about being a purist of this or that, but I think where I agree with you is that sometimes by trying to have everything at the same time, you end up with art that loses its goal, or its objective. Everything becomes it's all over the place, and you don't really know what things are anymore. So it's always something that you have to you have to think about, trying to keep a consistent style in a stronger art direction. At least for me, this is very important. And art direction is also very dependent on the technology and what you use as a way to to do the art. It can really affect a lot the visual. We'll move up now. We'll come back to this, work with contrast and everything. But I think it's time to try and get. Now we have our pose. Well, let's have this flipper one more time. Yeah, I think there's good motion now. Lots of energy. I think it might be okay now. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, we might be okay with that. I think it may be time to also try and get just a little bit of a head there. Let me grab someone else's head. I could get the princess here. Interestingly enough, she might be the closest to. In what world you live? You're in pixel art when Annie Wilkes from Misery has the closest head to Jessica 6. There you're in the pixel art world. Or I could get or her, actually. Yeah, we're gonna get the nurse. It's pretty good. Ratchet, come over. Mildred, we need your head for a minute. Okay, it's a bit of a strange thing. Floating heads. It will be big, but we'll take care of that. Yeah, that might be okay actually. It's gonna be a few pixels we'll have to shave here and there, but I feel like this might work. Get rid of that red. Oops. Interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Bye bye, Red Sonya's head. No more. Here, we're gonna get rid of that. There. We definitely want that choker. That's a very important feature of that character. She's wearing it all the time while she's in the city, and then they get rid of it when they go outside, because this is the key, and he gets Logan 5 gets the key from her, and then she leaves the color behind. So we need that. Not that many pixels we can use there, but whatever. I need a reference now for this costume, just to try and get this to work now. We'll come back on the head and stuff. I know I tend to jump all over, but I have a very specific, generally quite a specific way of doing things. I try to get in a comfortable space with everything, or most of things, and then when that's done, yeah, we'll come back on every individual aspect. But I like to level up things sort of at the same time, instead of doing one part. So now that I have legs in a good space, and the overall body more or less, I put a head, and I have a head, and I know this is a starting point. Now I can keep going, but I have a character that sort of levels up a little more uniformly. He will try to convey the fact that those see those sleeves there, they're open, so they would probably show a little bit there. We'll see what we can do with that. Then we'll try to get a semblance of lighting. So this would probably take more light. In here, will be a little more recessed, this area. This is good because it can help us also get the shape of the leg as well suggested. I wish I had a reference for that, the way this skirt would move around, and I wish I had that. Fortunately, I don't, so we're gonna have to improvise a little bit there. You try to sort of define a little bit, you know, abdomen and both legs. Oh, the cat's trying to climb on me. No, 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 don't do it. Ah, okay, she's on. There you go, she's there. Tootsie, say meow. Meow in the mic so everyone can hear you. No, she's not, she won't say anything. Screw you guys. Something like this. Bit hard contrast, but that's with the issue of the fact that it's a skirt that's, you know, there's a lot of folds and stuff. Here is pleasure. I can't do anything. Go away. There. Can try to get I wish the belt would be a different color. It's not fun to that it's the same color, but that's the way it is. We're gonna try and still mark it if we can a little bit, because it's very important to get the waistline. It's you know, it's a good thing to have. I'm gonna do this first. Darker will be easier to read. And we have those just three rings there. That's gonna be very, very small. I'm not sure I can show much of that, unfortunately. It's a shame because it's a cool detail, but yeah, I doubt I can show any of that. I can only go too hard contrast for now. It's a tricky kind of dress to do. Lots of things can go wrong. Let me just do this real quick. I wonder if I should have the back now. Probably not. get the shoulder first, and then like this. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how I can even show those rings. That is going to be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, those are gonna be I mean, I'd like to have them, but I'm not sure I can really pull that off. Oh, what is this? This 2 would be, can maybe have 2, not 3 for sure. You can try and so here it's a game of suggestion, trying to find a way to convey something rather than show it really. Trying to think here. Can't be too literal with the shape. It's very tricky. Oh. The reason why I'm making them a little bit green is because metal would reflect everything that's around, and so would pick up that green that's everywhere. So that's why we can make them green. I think I'll do that for now. I mean, this is probably as good as it's ever gonna get because it's so small that to get a bit of depth maybe. Getting into the more finicky stuff. Here we got our little cut there in the sleeve. Let's see if we can get this to work. Spreading this with a triangle there. I wish I can get that. We'll do that. Pretend that it's you know, sort of hidden behind and peeks out from under the arm. Would probably make sense like this spot, you know, getting around the arm. Okay, and here we need a nice shape there. Something that emphasizes you know, the waist, and kind of gets a nice curve up to the shoulder. We normally couldn't see any shoulder back there, but I kind of want to try and have one, because it helps really understanding or sort of following the arm and imagining the arm, because if we do this, it's a bit of an arm that's by itself, and plus this it feels a bit more like that, so I think we can do that. It's taking some liberty with the true perspective, most likely, but you know, I think it's fine. Trying to think in terms of how can I get enough contrast in there. I have to change that color a little bit. It's really pretty color, this green. It's very nice. It's different than this one actually, but I may have to go a little darker, deeper, because here's the problem with the light green. It's too close to the skin color, and it makes for a very a lack of contrast in the character. So I have to go unfortunately for a deeper green, more of a forest green, than this one, which is not, you know, terrible, but where if I should go. I have the feeling that the legs seem to be a bit large compared to the body, maybe. So we're gonna give her one more pixel in the body. It's not gonna help for size, but we'll take care of that. Something like this. So let's see something real quick. Actually, you can select the entire thing. I want to carry. I'm gonna try in different colors for the dress, but I'm gonna carry the rings with it, because I want them to follow in terms of whatever adjustment we're gonna make. I think I got everything. Bring this on the top layer. So I just have the dress now. So see, I feel like it said that see, as soon as we crank the contrast, and with the deeper color, it's much better. You know, this feels a little weird, unfortunately, because it's so close to the body, to the the skin. So we have to go a little deeper, I'm afraid. And the more the better, and the more you know, vibrant and clear it is. But I like the fact that it's a light. I mean, I like the fact that I want to be a. Oh, I could. I mean, the other way would be to do the opposite and go for a very, very light skin. That skin is fairly light already, but maybe let's see, just how light we can go. Kind of doing a little bit of both, you know. We would lighten up, and then here we would go a bit deeper. So that could be an option. I'm not sure. I'm afraid to go that light. A little bit scared. A bit scared. It's interesting way color works, because you'd think that the skin is fairly light, but when you pick this color, it's actually not that. It's actually see, compared to white, it's actually quite dark, way darker than you think. So okay, we're still gonna adjust the skin a little bit. I think we can afford to go a little lighter. And then dress will go a bit less. Try to find some mid ground there. Go a bit brighter overall. I'd take some distance with it, because it's easier to get a sense. This might be a good middle ground. We push the saturation a bit. Not necessarily, actually. And I like the hue to be. I think that green needs to have more yellow in it, because this green is like this sort of light leaf green, has a lot of yellow in it, compared to something that's a little more turquoise, or I don't really have an example there, but going from the fully blue to this would be more around the yellow area, so more like an elf thing, maybe a bit much. I'll be okay. So it's hard to find the right color for this, because it's not only trying to be close to the reference, but it's also making sure that it's that it works, you know, in the out with the contrast and everything. Huh. It's tricky. It's very tricky to get this. I think I need to go darker, because I really want a contrast between the dress and the skin. Since we've lightened up the skin quite a bit, I need to go back to a darker dress. Okay, so we'll do that. Push saturation a bit. Okay, I think we'll do that for now. And the very end, we can always come back to this. It's this pixel there. Okay. We can go a little deeper there. I'm trying to balance all the different values and colors. So since I've changed a little bit the dress, I try to increase the contrast somewhere else. Oops. I always try to find every opportunity for contrast. So that's one. Try to see if we can find just a little bit of lighting on the here. This will shadow the leg most likely, so we can use this also as an opportunity for contrast there. We can go really deep. That will help a little bit. Of course, this creates the collapse now dress and everything. Yeah, so we have everything in one layer now. try to get the glint here. 2 pixel usually will be enough to convey a bright metal. And maybe we can suggest a third one somewhere there. You know, just as a little, as a way to but again, you know, it's not really around the waist so much. Maybe this is enough. Oops. I'm gonna try to get a bit more vibrant color around there. This may help also. And obviously, you know, it's not like we can really get a fully you know, realistic lighting. It's more a way to try and define some of the shapes. I tried to just an opening there. Okay, the fact that you see the edge, because I really want the contrast again. Skin to green there. It's always thinking about those things. That's what I always think about. I'm always worried about how things read, you know. And that's a tricky, it was a tricky thing. Oops. this for a second. Oops, sorry. Okay, so we're going to go a little I think we need a couple proportion changes. I was hoping not, but I was hoping not to do that, but unfortunately we have to. So I think the legs seem a bit big compared to torso. A little adjustment like this would help, I think. Yes, I think this is a bit better. Oh, where's our head now? Okay. I'm trying to recontrast everything now that we've balanced it this way. See if we can. I'm gonna have to. It's unfortunate, but I think I'm gonna have to commit to a stronger green. Of course, now the head is too dark, you know, because I changed the color of that skin there overall. So we need to do the same there. Let's get the let's get that choker in there, because it's going to affect perception on the length of the neck and all that stuff. So flush to the dress. if I go 2 pixels, I think it's going to be too big. But I kind of want to make a statement of it, because it's such a big deal in the character, that maybe we can go a little more. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, so that's position. Oops. Yeah, more like here. Let's flip this. You want to get the position for the head, so I'm flipping, just make sure. Yeah, should be good. Now we'll try and get this to read as the what to do this. Make sure that this is there's no nothing around that could be mistaken for this. Nothing to get in the way. Oh. And then there's the ink there. I mean, really, what can you do, you know? Darker. Go very, I wonder if I go very bright. It's very tricky, this spot. I would like, I would like this thing to read like it's supposed to be, because it's a fairly important aspect of her. So but at the same time, you can't make it so that it becomes a really bizarre thing, that gets in the way. It has to still feel fairly natural. I'm not sure how to convey that. In metal is hard contrast, so normally you'd have a stronger highlight, and then it would go down to very dark very quickly. I promise that in the center I have this as well, so I don't know what to do there. If I put this on the side, you won't read as a highlight, unfortunately. So very tricky. Should I wonder if I can afford to go leave yeah, we'll leave I mean, it's not accurate, but we'll leave a little bit of space in between, and that will allow us to get more of a highlight on the Joker. Oof, yeah, very tricky to get that. Not sure how I can get this stuff to read. It's the puzzle. It's really the puzzle there. Okay, I have to go for an outline there. This will help read it. That's not too bad. I think it's getting a bit better. Yeah, maybe that's the solution right there. Yeah, I think that's the solve. And maybe just a little darker there. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Let's see if I can. Sometimes just changing the saturation will make it pop a little more. You know, if we get a blue or something, or cyan maybe we can have it to pop a little more. Or go to yeah, this will show just a little more. I mean, this is you know, this is what it is. It's so small. It's I have to accept the fact that I'm never gonna get that character to look exactly you know, instantly recognizable and without any doubt. There's still gonna be some questions. So we're getting there. I'm gonna have to recontrast. You know, it's a shame for that green, but I have to live with that. There's no way. I can't afford to go that light. She's not gonna read. So, and plus, in the film, she's a bit tan. You know, she's not a very light skin. So it's a bit weird to have her so pale, so fair skin. So we'll do that, and that's gonna be it. You know, we'll just accept it. Have to live with it. Let me gonna separate the address one more time. I think it could maybe go bit lighter still on the dress, but it's too subtle there, so I have to separate that from the skin. So on top, get rid of that, and get rid of that. Okay. Because as soon as I try to get it lighter, it's very hard to get anything interesting. Could go low contrast and brighter overall. That would be another way. Bit of a shame though. I have this on a separate layer, so I can mix them now. I'm trying to find somewhere in there a place where I'm happy with it. Because when you look at her, the skin is significantly darker than the dress. We'll see here. Very obvious. But I can't go too dark on the skin either. Because otherwise she'll look she'll look like the wrong, you know, ethnicity. She'll become to look like a different. So I can't really go too dark either. Yeah, I think this is already quite a significant. And I can't really do that. Maybe that sort of compromise might be good. It's funny how the if you kill the saturation in something really light, you get a different perception. See, and the contrast there is not too bad between the skin and because since I removed the saturation, then I get high hue contrast. That's what I was mentioning last time about different types of contrast. So this works because there's no saturation, but here we get in a space where everything values are close, saturation is close, so it's not good, you know. So what we can do is maybe go get rid of forget about the sort of greenish and go to something that's way more cyan, because this will help for contrast. Or we can do the opposite actually. Let me see. We could do skin way more. Less green in the skin. That's another avenue. No, I don't like this. I think it's better to go like that. It's funny how there's so many things you have to think about and try and balance together in order to get the art to work. It's it can be a bit overwhelming sometimes. I think I want to also try something that is not entirely accurate, but so okay, in the so like I said, she's got this crazy costume that has the nice sequin on that, and this one is more silky. Very hard to render this sort of material in pixel. It's almost like a bit metallic. But I'm thinking maybe one of the things I can do is sort of combine two costumes and pretend that there's a bit of sequins on this, like here, just to give it a shine. So, or we try to get something that's a bit more you could do like a really metallic rendering like this. This could work. See, by adding a stronger sort of a reflectivity on it, by sort of reflecting the sky, and you get this impression of a sort of a, you know, almost like satin or so. And that's a good way to also separate this the dress. So that might actually be a good trick right there if we want to give that impression. It's a bit of a different type of rendering. But it's a possibility. So from here to there, we have this extra sort of a bling that's quite interesting. So this could work. And on top of that, if we if that doesn't is not enough, we could always have little sequins to convey, you know, just to sell the idea that it's kind of a sparkly, bit sophisticated material. Something like that. It's kind of a party dress now, but so maybe we'll stick to that without the. Now the good thing is, if I do this, I can probably, I don't know how many times I have selected this cutter. It's my habit of always flattening everything because I don't want layers, but in a case like this, I think I'm better off until the very end to keep the dress separate, because I felt like I'm still struggling and finding the best rendering and the best cutter. So it'll be better to just admit the fact that I have to keep it separate for a little while still. But it's interesting that we could. So now we could potentially recontrast this, and we would still have the feeling of a shiny dress because of the nature of the rendering. That might be an okay way to think about it. You know, I think I could go. I can afford to go a little deeper there. Or we can saturate maybe. No. Oops, sorry. And this spot is a very bland. This is where we need to increase the contrast, I think. So we'll try to get at least the oh, it's not the right color for this. and try to get the ways to read a little more, maybe. It would be so much easier if it was a, clean red or something like this. It's really the nature of this color to be so light that makes it very difficult to shade. Play with a lot of different values there, which I don't like. But it's because I'm trying to find the right range, and it's very hard. It's very tricky rendering. maybe I'm gonna have to rely on the fact that it's a little wrinkly to just because I need some something to work with, and flat surfaces where nothing there's nothing is always a bit hard to make interesting. So we can try and maybe play with this, see how it goes. I need a clean slate. Don't need a lot. Okay. It's almost like trying to the way to look at that stuff is to almost paint like you would do if the dress was made in metal, So that's why it's tricky, because the way light reacts is very different, than a normal than any other type of material, and that makes it tricky. It's all about the contrast. Yeah, that makes this sort of material very challenging. Especially on a dress, because on top of that you have to take into account the way things fold and everything. Well, of course I flatten it, so I have to select this again. It's because I did some mixing of two layers at some point, so I had some transparency involved. Didn't want to keep this, so I had to flatten again, because otherwise you can be lost with transparency. So now we can increase contrast, and this will push that sort of a metallic feel, hopefully. There. Now we've gained too much saturation, so we can bring saturation down a bit. Something like this. So you see, when you take some distance, you start to feel that sort of a very shiny material. It's very hard to render properly. So it usually takes a lot of try and error on my part before I can really get it, if I can get it, because sometimes it just won't come, you know. Every pixel there becomes a battle. We're gonna go dark here because to increase, to really convey the fact that it's behind, you know, and so in shadow. Nope. Trying to find a color that's dark enough that it reads against the arm. I don't want to go too dark either. My palette now is all over the place, and that's probably okay because I don't have to really think about that. I'm not making real assets. It probably wouldn't matter even if they were real assets anyway, because it's not like the old days where we were very limited, you know, in number of colors we could use. And like I said, I really don't intend to make something that has and embrace the limitations of old platforms. Just make something that has a look on its own, but not. But I don't want to add that extra limitation and source of headaches on top, you know. I've done that in the past because I had no choice. I was working on real 16-bit platforms with real limitations, not artificial ones. And it was not always, sometimes limitations, you can embrace them and it can be liberating, but for the most part it was bad. And I wish I had more colors. Mark the shoulder a little bit, but I don't think I can. you got a noodle leg, good. Yeah, look at our noodle leg there in a noodle arm. Yeah, it took me a while to get the legs. Still need to go back and render them properly, but at least we get more or less the. And she's not bare feet. They have this those little slippers, like almost like this little dancer shoes. So I'll put some little white on the feet later on. Right now, fighting with this horrible dress gives me a lot of grief. But there's not much else to the character, so if I don't have any, at least looking so. Oh, thank you, thank you very much. Yeah, it's yeah, she doesn't have. I mean, it's a cool costume when you see it in the movie, but when you do it in this size, it's not so fun anymore. You know. But yeah, you must wonder why I chose this character actually, because it's really another famous one. But I like the movie. I saw the kid as I saw the movie as a kid. I was probably 12 years old or something like that. And I have to confess actually that I was madly in love with Jessica 6 at the time. Yeah, she was my girl really. I couldn't think about anything else after I saw the movie for a couple of weeks. But I was maybe a 11, 12-year-old boy, so what can you expect? And then I probably fell in love with some other actress, 3 weeks later, and I was probably falling in love every 3 or 4 weeks with someone different. Still not too happy with this area. We're still up. Oh, I don't know where you are actually, Murder Bunny, but 12:40 for me. It's 12:40 in the morning, so it must be quite late. Ah, the struggle. The struggle. Let's try this color. No. Oh, no, Northern California. Okay. Oh yeah. I went to San Francisco last year. No, not last year, but some time ago. Went to San Francisco. Did the whole PCH drive up north. It took a long time, but we really followed the Highway 1 all the way up through Big Sur and everything. It was incredible. One of the best drives I think I've ever made. Really, is something else. It was something else. Really incredible. So see, when you're doing this sort of stuff, there's no unfortunately, there's no real shortcut. You just have to suffer through it for a while. Try to find the best way to convey that material and everything. It can be can be a bit demanding. Those metallic materials are the worst. They're very hard to get to read properly. I did Robocop. Took me quite a while to get the armor to feel like it was very shiny. You know, just like in the film. Generally, those are very hard to do. I wanted him to have a shiny skin because he's kind of a little bit gross in the movie. He has this skin that's very wet, and so this same thing had to have the nice reflection on it. Is hard to do. Another example would be the sort of a glassy, wet feel for the xenomorph's head. All those things are always pretty hard to do. I think getting quite close on the dress. Probably gonna be able to move on to something else. I hope. This the 70s. They had a really a lot of movies that came out during the 70s. They were very that had a very dark vision, a very depressed vision of the future. In Logan's Run was no different. Even though it portrayed some sort of utopia in the beginning, but soon to be revealed as a dystopian society, like in most of the movies at that time. There were a lot of so for movies like I'm thinking of Planet of the Apes, started in 1968, but around the end of the 60s, throughout the 70s, Planet of the Apes, a Franklin Schaffner movie in 68, sort of started that trend. And then there were other films like Soylent Green with Charlton Heston, the THX 1138, the first George Lucas movie. Also Omega Man with Charlton Heston. He was where he's the last man alive in the world. Apparently, actually, it was the first adaptation in the theaters for the film. It was the first adaptation of Richard Matheson book I Am Legend. And then they remade it with Will Smith, if you remember, back around the 2000 or something. Very different than Omega Man. Omega Man was more of a it was more focused on it was completely different. They were not so close to the book, but yeah, all those films were very they depicted the world as a place that would that always ends up in disaster, human civilization collapsing, and that's really because the at the time even though we're past the peak of the Cold War, which was around 62, but yeah, during the 70s there was still a lot of fear. We're still a lot of fear between about the potential nuclear holocaust between the two superpowers in the United States and the Soviet Union, and so there was this looming threat of a nuclear holocaust, and a lot of people they still felt this very acutely, and that is reflected, I think, in the movies of that time. So it's a weird mix of sort of counterculture, sexual revolution, lots of political, social unrest, and at the same time fear for and pessimism for the future. And so kind of a pretty interesting and cocktail there that led up to led up to quite a few tragic situations during the 70s, and it was also still the Vietnam War was still raging, and it was at that time where people got really fed up. They wanted troops back, so there was a lot of protest and stuff like that against the Vietnam War. People by then had understood that the war was going to be lost, and that it was just a massive mistake done by the made by the American government, because they couldn't really find a way out of it. They wanted to find a way out of it sooner, but they couldn't. And Lyndon Johnson was the one who could have done something about it, but he was afraid to take an uninformed decision, and ended up dragging the situation and sending more and more troops, even though he didn't want to do it. But McNamara at the time, his Secretary of State, said that it was pushing him to get more troops. They were in the idea that if we send more men, we eventually be able to gonna win this thing, but it was a very different type of war. So that's and all those things, they are, you can feel them in movies like Logan's Run. Pretty sure they're gonna make a remake of this at some point. I mean, we tend to have remakes of or reboots of pretty much anything at the moment, so this wouldn't be shocking, I think. Actually, they had after that they made a TV show based on the Logan's Run, and they changed the actors. They were not the same. They changed Logan, and Logan 5 and Jessica 6. Both were different actors. But the show was not a success, to say the least, and was cancelled during even before they got to the last season, to the end of the first season. Is cancelled right before the end of the first season. Okay, I think we're okay with the dress now. We're gonna move on. It's not much point dragging this any further. Truth is, you know, it's always going to be what it is, you know, and you can't keep going forever. Bit annoying, this angle there. I've been fighting this for a while. I really dislike this sort of stuff, especially on a leg. You know, it's supposed to be a very clean and perfect shape, and you get this big step there. Not a big fan of that. I'm gonna have to find a way. I could almost do that, but then the problem is it's changing the curve there. Otherwise the thigh will look a funky shape. But we could probably do that. It might be okay, oops, to do that. But if I want to just suggest ooh. This I don't really like. Gonna try and clean this up. I think now we can go lighter on the gonna clean this all up now. Can go a little lighter now since this area is dark. And try to get those to read. Not too high. Maybe too big. So we'll do that. That should do it. very tricky to get all those things. Every time you do something, you have to move another, and so on and so forth. And that's why I was saying that sometimes I like to um, to paint the character without the clothes, so that I can focus on only one thing at a time. Just watch. Need to watch Logan. I can learn a lot of movies from your project. I need to go to bed. Just yeah. Okay. Take care. Take care. Get lost, Greg. Yeah. Have a watch this. Actually, this movie, if you want to watch it, it's on. If you have Amazon Prime, it's on Amazon Prime right now. It's free, so you can go and watch it right away if you want. It's a good one to I think to watch, because it gives you a sense for the 70s as well, in a weird way. Okay, this arm's not fabulous. Alright, buddy, have a good night. And Retropunk, good night. Thank you both for being here. Have a good night. And Retro, I don't know if you've beaten Lord of Cinder, but I hope so. If not, I mean, there was like 5 minutes left, so probably not. But I'll be back to see you beat it. You think you're gonna stream tomorrow, the end of the game, or you're gonna wait on Monday? So I'll be there anyway. Monday, okay. Well, we'll see you on Monday, getting rid of this guy, this pest. What a pesky boss. It took me forever. Yeah, we all streamed out. Yeah, I get you. You've done good. I mean, it's crazy. You finished the game, and you were fast. You did good. It took me way longer than that to finish the game. Way longer. I mean, I was not under the pressure of going fast, but still. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, but still, even with the direction, you have to beat the bosses, and that stuff is hard no matter what. Even when people tell you how to do it, it's still very hard to do. I was looking at YouTube. I was getting desperate. Sometimes I was looking at YouTube, and then I was like, well, that's what I do, except that I suck at the execution. But I got the idea. How many times people are like, go watch you'll see it's a great technique. I'm like, sure, yeah, I got that, I know that, I figured that out, but I can't do it. That's my problem. It's not knowing. Yeah, but it's good to go. I mean, it's not a game that you can that it matters. There's so much stuff hidden, and there's so much replayability in the Souls games. You could play them forever and still find new stuff. So I don't think it really matters if you've not done a blind run, honestly. Long and most on Twitch. I know, yeah. Tell me about it. I've been doing this pixel art for longer than most people live on Twitch as well. I know what it feels. I hate this arm, it's crazy. We need to do a nice arm. We can just let's bring back this guy. Three AM. Jesus, yeah. Go to bed. Have a good one. Thank you again. I'll see you on Monday. So what do we do with this arm? I mean, we have to find something. Could do a little bit of foreshortening as well, but I don't really see the point. I'm gonna do just maybe something like this. Let's flip her real quick. Yeah, just simple like that. It's probably good. I don't want the post to be too extreme and so in the end, that's what the rings are gonna be. I think 3 dots. But sometimes it's better to focus on the number 1, 2, 3, and then people, if they know a little bit the character, then they'll understand. And to try and represent them and being literal about it. You have to we have this arm will be darker because it's in the back. So it was a good trick to just give a bit of a, you know by now if you've seen me doing this often. I've been streaming for 4 hours, if you can believe it. We may have to stop before we're entirely done. Fortunately, I would have liked to get her totally finished. I mean, she's she's not very close, but she's close. Oh, she's pretty close. Gonna get her lighter air while we are at it. Gonna cheat a little bit the shape there, just because you know, for readability. So this spot is still very messy. So we'll try to fix this. Something like that, maybe. It's all a lot of of trying to find just enough information here and there to convey the few things we need. We need to be able to see, read the top there, read this cut in the sleeve, read this a little bit, read. So it's all like it's kind of like a few things that you need to make sure read properly, and then the rest can be a little less literal, maybe a little more abstract. It's not too terrible. Just trying this to see if I could get this sort of stuff there. Because it's really cut just out right at the shoulder, so. But I don't know if I can manage that. Oh, this is not bad. Yeah, I feel like this might work. Got lucky there. We'll take it. We don't really see the shoulder so much, but I guess. Yeah, maybe I still like that better. I think this is gonna be okay. This same kind of a bad angle. Unfortunately, I will have to keep it, so I'll do a bit of a anti-aliasing there. That's enough to really convey a curve instead of a big step or ball. Legs are okay, more or less. No. So let's try and get those little so I don't have a reference there that I could find, but I've seen the movie. I was paying attention, and it's really just a little dense slippers or little sneakers. So we'll just do that. A light color. and we'll pretend that this is the those are the little shoes, dance shoes. Very simple, like this, almost like little socks, you know. We're definitely getting there. I think she's getting very, very close now. I wonder if the little feet need to be a little more. Let's see if I can. One thing we could do is have them, you know, like open on the top like this. Little, you know, little dance shoes, they open on the top. But I wonder, because that's how they are in reality, more like little socks. So I wonder if I should do this and change the design so much. Maybe that's not a good thing to do. Maybe what I can do is at least have a little lighting on them. Maybe a little brighter in the top, on the top. Like that. Bit weird there. That's a lot better. This pixel was already not the greatest. We could almost hold on. There's a little issue there. Those bad angles, they're really hard to manage. You see my problem there. This stuff is always so annoying. I think we're gonna have to live with a little beggar and that's it. Not here. You know. Who that? Okay. What else? Should we try and light this just a little bit, maybe? I mean, it just gets such a tiny arm that there's not much we can do with that. Oh, also left arm. She's got the so which one do I want to be the left arm? I want this arm to be the left arm, I think. So left arm, she's got this this little bracelet there. So that is a little thing that it's always nice to have a little something to it's so small that it's only about contrast at that point, and we need it to be darker, but let me try and get the a proper arm first, and then oops. It's too oh, come on. Oh, I'm going to do this. No. Oh, way too long. What am I doing? Somewhere in there. Maybe. Yep. Or I put it on the other arm because since it's dark, it might show a little better. Not sure. I think I'll do that. As promised, the contrast you want to be dark, you know, to read it, but it's not a dark; it's fairly light. It's you know, it's chrome. I mean, it's not either light or dark. It's metallic, so it's all reflection. That's the problem. Because I only have 2 pixels, so I can't do the metallic rendering on 2 pixels. So I have to find. I think we'll do that. It's just a small thing, but at least, you know. Oh, wow. Trying to get the hair. If I can cover more. It's not really accurate, but might be a little more. Yeah, I think it's okay if we do that. And actually, so for girls like this with the makeup, usually I try to go more a blue. Ooh. So I'll try to find the hue first. It's clean blue, and then desat, and then lightness. And then somewhere in there, so it kind of reads a little bit as either blue eyes or this distance or more makeup, you know. And lips, we're going to have we'll do a clean face because she's younger, so that pixel here usually I get rid of. Very simple face, very clean. And we'll do a more of a pink, a little more. Don't need to go crazy, you know. Somewhere in there. Gives a little bit of a different look. Let me see how I did the face for Jessica. Yeah, I had 2 pixels actually, but she's got very big eyes, cartoon eyes, so I don't think I can do the same for her. We can try, but I doubt it. Probably not. Still think those eyes are a bit too strong. Gotta find a color that's not too strong so you see them but not here. No. Something like this. So yeah, this is getting there now. Bit tricky. Surprisingly trickier than I thought. It's that dress. If that dress had been a a clean red like this, or a strong blue, or anything like this, would have been so much easier to do. That light green is such a pain, especially with this sort of material there. So now I'm actually gonna take this dress one last time. Do I have it? No, of course not. And maybe do a last little adjustment on colors and things. Oops. Oh, no. There you go. So if the dress was a strong saturated color, look at how much nicer this would have been. Or and then imagine you wanted it to be much darker, and then this would have been great. So much more flashy and interesting visually. Unfortunately, that's not what we have. So we have to deal with that. I mean, we can still decide that we're going to go for a deep green and screw the light green. It's a possibility, but go maybe for something more contrast and less saturation. We always do that, but I don't know if it's very reasonable to do that. That saturation is a bit weird. curious to see if I could push it, even go the extreme other way and do a very, very light green. I mean, I probably won't do that, but it's just interesting to look at. You know, because at least it reads against the skin, so I mean, but in a way, this is closer to what you get in a film, you know, when you look at this compared to that. So why not, you know? It's a bit crazy, but I mean, very I really wonder there. Tell you what, I think. Anyway, she's more or less done now. It's just a matter of deciding what to do with this stupid dress. It's a bit crazy, but kind of tempted to do that. I think I'm gonna do that. You know, it's different, and yeah, screw it. You know, I'm just gonna do it. We'll see. Let's see if we can add a bit more, slightly. Let me think how I've done the other one. About you, Jessica, how are you? Yeah, not too much rendering. Yeah, so I mean, can't really do much there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna consider this done. Jessica. Let's name her. I'll still think about the dress probably over the weekend or tomorrow, and before I post her. Jessica 6. Here it's gonna be the dress, like that. I think this is kind of a bit more interesting than that. Okay, and then what else? Oh, look at that, legs. Yay. Gone and gone. Let's quickly check on her scale. How does she feel? Oh, look at this pixel. What is this? What is this thing? You have to wonder how this ended up there. Yeah, no, I think scale is okay. Like I said, she's fairly extended, so she's not outrageously big, about like a Jessica Rabbit. It's not too terrible. I mean, she could be a little smaller, but I mean, the thing is, I don't think they're gonna be next one, really next to each other. I mean, even if they were, I mean, you look at this, and yeah, one is taller than the other, and we'll just consider that one is taller, and that's it. You know, it doesn't. It's not really a big deal. It's not such a big deal, I think. So I'll consider this okay for the scale. I look at limbs also, how thick they are, like size of the arms and things like this, and I try to determine if it's too crazy big or small or thin, and she's more or less in line with everyone, so I think she's fine. So there you have it. Let's kill her, and we're gonna give her a quick shadow like we always do. Don't need a big one because she's oh, wait, what is this? Oh, that's the shadow of a scared I'm just like, nah, I killed someone. Where's this idiot? Aranjan. Where are you, Aranjan? Okay, hold on. There. Yeah. So yeah. Maybe 2 pixels would be enough, or actually, and even smaller than that. Don't need long shadow for a character that's only on 1 foot. Yeah, I think that's gonna be that for tonight. So here we go. Let's have a last look at her. That was Jessica 6 from the Logan's run. I remind you guys, if you want to see the movie and you have a Amazon Prime, you can it's on Amazon Prime right now, so you can watch it. I really recommend that if you are curious about movies in general, if you like science fiction, I recommend you watch it. Try to be I think it's a film that you have to look with the perspective of the 70s. There's a strange a mix of dystopia, free sex, nuclear holocaust. There's a bunch of things together. AI, it's a bit all over the place, but there are some very interesting, striking visuals for that time at least. And there's a lot of interesting concepts in it, notably the AI that drives and maintains the humans in a sort of oblivious bliss. Is themes that have been done later on, for instance, in the Matrix. So there's a lot there, and it's a fun watch. So I would recommend watching it if you want. And then you'll see her. She's very cute in it. And Logan 5 is cool too. They have a good chemistry on screen. So that's it. That was her. I will end it now. It's been 4 hours 48 minutes. It can be almost 5 hours. Jesus, I seem like to stream longer and longer nowadays. It's a bit nuts, but anyway, thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate every single of you coming here and watching this. I hope you enjoyed that, and I will stream on Monday again, as usual, same time, 9 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll on Monday we'll do we'll give her a Logan 5 since we want her to be left alone. So we'll do Logan 5 on Monday, so we'll have the couple. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much everyone, and I hope I see you soon. Bye. Thanks.